Alright, we're back again. Give me just a second to get all set up, get the sound proper and whatnot. Thank you for tuning in, though. Alright, that sounds good. Well, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. As always, let's go ahead and dive right back in. We're going to go ahead and go over to our Gek character real quick, and we're going to do some stuff, you know? We're going to do some building, definitely. We're going to, I think do some work on Cloud City. Haven't done that in a long time. Get the Nexus mission done, all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But again, thanks. Tuning in. Appreciate it. Okay, so we are here. It does look like we need to do some decoration, and it looks like I probably ran out of glass. That's probably one of the reasons why I stopped work on it. So let's see if we can remedy that. Now, this is nice and prepared for us, so we can continue with that. But let's do some initial sorting. See, I am a little bit short on gold, as you can see, so do I have aluminium? Yes, I do. Let's go ahead and get this refined. I see. Well, let's let it finish that before we go ahead and refine it. Okay, and we'll start up a spot for it right there. I do have a whole bunch of junk that I've got to go ahead and, sort out, but that's a different time, different place. Okay, I have 174 in junk. Let's go ahead, go inside, and do a little bit of harvesting, yeah? So, let's start, I guess, with this. Now, the great thing about this place that I have this set up to where I can literally have one room for each type of crop, which will definitely help out. Because I do plan on doing a lot of high-tech converting, so let's, I guess, make use of the freighter. And while that is kind of doing its thing, I'll move these types of things over in the process. But okay, so that is about it I can fit in there for that. Let's start with this fungal mold. And again, I'm going to convert all of these to whatever I can, really. Alright, so that's that full. Let me just make sure back here. Yep. Okay, good. So this is a full stack. Let me just shove this in the starship real quick. What else do I have? Let's get this taken care of. That'll free up a spot. Drop that in the freighter. And from there, let's go ahead and get cracking on that. Let's see, we've got selenium now. I guess we can start utilizing also the starship to start storing some of this stuff. find star bulbs to actually be one of the most important crops for you to go ahead and start, storing up. Let's see, is this done yet? Yes, it is. We'll go ahead and turn that straight into runaway molds. Let's see, what other room do I have? Nothing left here. Nothing left in cargo. We're gonna have to start using the starship again. Alright, and frost crystals, the exact thing that we needed. Alright, so that's gonna be all the glass that we're gonna... Oopsie, let's go back. Alright, there we go. And oof, I'm so glad that I planted these. This mordite is very, very important now. And same with this fascium. Ooh, yes, now we're almost full on both of those. That is great. Let's go ahead and start making some glass. Okay, we'll start out with 10. And go from there, I guess. So, what I usually like to do is get these types, and then for the corners, what I usually will do is these right here, which just require a little bit of silver to go with it, but definitely makes, makes them look a hell of a lot better. Let's go ahead and get it taken care of over here as well. Well, ain't that weird? Well, we're gonna have to correct this now, aren't we? Ooh. Alright, that is more like it. So again, the large panes for these corners. And then we go for these types for the flat surfaces on the sides. But okay. That fixes that, so that actually works now. That's good. Already making progress, fixing some shit, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so we're gonna have to fix also the power routing that I used for it. That just tells you, though, how, done with it I was by this point. Okay. So, back to structures. Let's get our corner windows in. Alright, and I ran out of glass. Let's make some more. Okay. Now, I have some more glass in storage. I probably should take that out just to finish that last kind of window right there. I think that would be perfect. But I think for now, best thing for us to do, let's put this away over here. Let's go ahead and get some of our cash crops. So I do have a whole bunch of these. Let's pick these up. And inventory, I'm not going to have enough room for all of it. What can I do? Well, let's continue with this. Okay, so that's 212. I guess let's get it cooking over there. That leaves 3. That should be enough. Alright. And this one I did not plant yet, unfortunately. Neither with this one. I think those were going to be reserved for the Nip Nip buds. Okay, so I need to put some stuff away. Let's check the nutrient processor real quick. Okay, completely full. Fantabidozy. Alright, let's sell the pearls, let's sell the Gravitino balls. Alright, let's do a little bit of inventory management before we go ahead and set out. You know what? I should grab those so I can go ahead and plant them. Let's go upstairs. Yeah, I don't really need any of that. Don't need any of that. Yeah, let's put these away. And you know what? I should also take this opportunity to put these away. And last one is pretty much this stuff. Okay. This one I have set up for upgrade modules. That one's set up for yellow stuff. What is in here? Okay, regular elements. Okay. So at least now I know. Let's go ahead and start making use, I think, of this storage space here. After I craft some stuff. Let's go back upstairs. So in order to get upstairs, we're going to have to take one of the teleporters up. Let's see, I think this is the one over here. Cool. Alright, so we're back up. Let's find ourselves, I guess, a crop. We'll do maybe the venom sacks. I think that would be good. pearls, of course. Of course. Alright, and that's it for the inventory. Let's plant those nip-nip buds. I think that would be fruitful. I can't plant in that room. I can plant in this room, though. Alright. So I'll have to harvest when those things mature, but at least we got that started. So that frees up the room to go ahead and get the rest of these. Got those Gravitinos already. Let's check the other side. Yep, got those pearls already. Right, another group of Gravitinos. Okay, I think it's about time we go downstairs and sell some of this stuff. Alright, we are looking good. Let's start crafting whatever we can, really. So, we can do polyfibers, unstable gel, acid. We can do lubricant. Yeah, let's make some lubricant. We'll go ahead and let's see, what else can we make? Make some acid. Unstable gel. Like polyfiber. And okay, I guess another unstable gel. I need frost crystals. Ooh, I can make, yeah, some liquid explosives. And I just need 5 regular glass. You know what? I can make 5 regular glass. Let's do it. Alright, I think that is good. Oh, it's not even going. Jeez. Okay. So I can make, let's see, what now? Let's see, I can make the heat capacitor. Actually, I should probably make a couple of those. And, alright, from there, what else can we make? Yeah, let's make living glass. And yeah, let's make a circuit board. Alright. So we are able to make some high value items. That's good. And we're definitely going to be making more high value items as soon as I pretty much just recuperate some of my supplies. Let's go ahead though and start putting whatever we can away. I am full on gamma root. Wow. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just store that away somewhere. How about... Well, I'll just stick it in the freighter for now. Okay, that's an empty room. Let's see. Let's go into our storage here. So we've got a whole bunch of things that we can start, like, building, right? So we may as well start, you know what I'm saying? So with the more high-tech stuff, you know? Okay. So for the more high-tech stuff, talking about, anything that's worth over 1 million, I really need to accumulate more, you see. But at least at this point, we can get some of this stuff built, you know? But it is a good idea to just stock up on materials because those high value items definitely do cost a pretty penny. But as you can see, we got ourselves a nice little collection of stuff here. And this is definitely going to come in handy. Alright, so we keep that going. All that stuff is crafted, right? I probably should find a place for all of these, like, here, I'm gonna put this away. For all of these, because I just can't keep them in my inventory, you know what I'm saying? I mean, these are going to be clogging up my freighter, and we can't be having that. So, let's stick them out. And I'll store them together with the upgrade modules. I think that's a good solution for now, at least, until we can really figure out what we're going to do with them. Now let's go back upstairs, check this stuff out. Where is my red items? Red items, where are you? There you are. Okay, so we fixed a couple windows, that's good. But most importantly, we've got like all the major stuff really done that we were looking for. Let's go into space and continue with this, I guess. I did want to actually see. Okay. Let's go to that one. We'll call the Nexus here. See what it brings us. How's my carbon? You know what? You can never have enough carbon. Wow, that is a lot of carbon. We won't be worrying about that for a while, that's for sure. Okay, so while that is cooking, let's get some work done, yeah? Okay, so which planet did we go to? I did not go to this one yet. What is this? Fungal mold, emerald, and ammonia. And it is a corrosive planet. Okay. Well, I guess let's check it out. First and foremost, though, I've got to pulse out. Get this triggered. There we go. Okay, you will perform the binding. We see you assemble the components like the metal masters before you, and yet you share a mind with the other iterations, yet you do not converge. Perhaps you will understand. Each time this being floods my ship with their beautiful song, I attempt to commit the experience to memory, to recall it later. And yet, when it fades from my present, it fades entirely. All I have is navigation data. Okay. So we got the necessary nav data we needed. Before, though, we go ahead and leave. I did want to explore this planet. Now, where did the planet go? Am I just blind, or what? Yep, I think I be blind. Or am I just looking in the completely wrong place? Da 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 da. Okay. So this is the planet. Let's go ahead and check it out first. Enough digging around. What do we have here? That is interesting. Ooh, nice. I got a. Ooh, that is cool. So at least now I know how to get upgrades for the damn ship. They're in those things. Okay, so I have to go pulse around and find them. But that is cool. At least now I know. Alright, let's see if we can find anything interesting around us. What? I can always use more fungal molds. We'll go ahead and land like right over here. Oh, it wants me to install the hyperdrive. No, it's okay. I'm just gonna switch ships. Okay, so let me get, you know, just a regular old scanning done, and then we'll go ahead and get a little bit of exploration under our belts. Alright, well, I believe that's like everything major around us. Let's do a little bit of I guess harvesting. We've got around us. We've got knowledge stones, we've got buried tech. 220, that's not too far away. Well, let's just go in that direction. Take it from there, I guess. is good. Ooh. Okay, how close? Yeah, you know what? I'll go for those. Why not? Nice. We get a module out of it. Okay. Well, that is a good little haul. Let's go back to the ship. Yeah. And of course, sodium nitrate. Always useful. Alright, what do we have here? Okay. That's good. That's good. That is a good find. Okay, so I've got to figure this out. think that sets us up. Let's go ahead and go over to that abandoned building. Okay, it's a little one, but that's fine. Ooh, okay. This gives us the opportunity to go ahead and scan some cave biome stuff. And ooh, subterranean relics. Definitely valuable. We're gonna pick those up for sure. Alright, and we may as well also pick these up. So cobalt and salt. Okay, well, that's good enough for now, I think. Ooh, that's sweet, sweet tetracobalt. Alright, so the juggling is complete. Alright, I awoke from a dream where I was drowning in something thick and gluttonous. It filled my pores and suffocated me. I want to believe that this is my tired mind playing tricks. I have been so long without deep sleep. The crimson sphere shimmers at the corner of my eye whenever I try to rest. I cannot comprehend how it tracks my spoor from world to world. Or is it that I am following it? The orb cannot be in all places at once. That cannot be. Interesting. Alright. Good thing that we definitely know to check the inventory before we start endeavors like this, right? Let's put that in there, and we'll put these in here as well. Alright, that is finally done, thankfully. I'm going to refine this tetracobalt before we even get started. Alright, guess next, let's do this. Okay, I'm gonna start on this side, away from the sentinel. Alright, that looks like all of them. Okay, how much did we get? We didn't get that much. Alright, so that leaves this system completely explored. Let's go back to our ship, I think. Okay, do I have any damaged ships? Doesn't look like it. Okay, all of this can be sold except for this ghastly eye. Definitely want to keep that. Alright, and let's go ahead and process these larval cores as well. Alright. Well, we are doing okay so far, honestly. Let's just put away all the rest of our stuff and get out of here. We're going to be traveling to a new system, so I will keep a little bit of that salvage data with me. Okay. Da-da. Okay, that looks good. Let me just sell this stuff here. And I think while we're doing all of this, I should probably process this stuff. Let's see, we'll do the short stack first. And other than that, I think let's put this away. I'm going to check my inventories, just make sure that I don't need any more of this stuff anywhere. And then we'll have to do something about this. Definitely. It's time to clean house, honestly. Getting kind of crazy here with this inventory. Okay. I could pull the Pugnium out, definitely. I'll probably end up doing that right now. Yeah, I'll pull the Pugnium out. Let me just make room. Anything purple in color, I'm going to group in there. So that includes the radon gas. You know what? That doesn't make sense, though, because it's like a different shade of purple. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Well, anyways, enough dicking around with that. Alright, that takes care of that entire inventory. I don't have to worry about any of it. Put this away. I think we're okay otherwise. Okay, we only got 15 seconds. Let's just wait for it. And we'll just do it one step at a time with all of it, you know what I'm saying? So, let's get going. And let's switch over to our warp ship and see exactly where it's taking us. So what is that? An A27-8. That is an A29-8. Ha! So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I do have enough room for one ship. Okay, hyperdrive is fueled. Let's get out of here. Okay, so it's taking us to, okay, good, a Gex system, one that I haven't been to. Aggressive engineering. Okay, let's check it out. Juno. Okay, let's see what kind of ship we're dealing with here. Okay, it's a B29-7. What do I have? I have a C. How many slots do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay, I have a 27-6. This is a 29-7. So it is better than what I have. I don't know. Should I pull the trigger on this? I do have quite a bit of money. Let's do it. Why not, right? It is better. Okay. What can I do? What can I do? Or what do I do not care about? I do not care about sodium. We can put that in there. Like, these things I don't really care about too much. Just this chromatic metal is very important to me. And other than that, I mean, honestly, I'm not going to cry if I freaking lose this stuff. I should, though, try and maximize what I'm going to get out of all of this. The junk metal, I would love to keep it, but to be quite honest, it's not worth all that much in the grand scheme of the things in comparison to all of this. So let's take the silver and the gold. And yeah, this is just like random shit. Yeah, you see, it is better. Alright, cool. So we got ourselves a new ship. Let's go ahead and build our essential rooms. Ah, I don't have any tritium. Alright, that looks like everything. Yep. Okay, good. Let's... Okay, so I can't build the fleet command room yet. But that's fine. That's okay. Not too worried about that. In the meantime, though, let's get rid of these boxes and stuff like that that are cluttering this place up. Alright, that looks better. Alright, all the storage is set up. I think we're pretty much good. Okay, I think that marks the completion point. Cool. Let's get out of here. Oh, would probably also be good to go ahead and set up a basic sales terminal in here as well. Alright, not a bad stock of stuff, that's for sure. Let's get going. Now, unfortunately, lost all of my, refining equipment and stuff like that, but, I'm fine with that. This ship is actually pretty well stocked up, so I'm happy with that. When touched, it conjures powerful visions of a planet with strange anomalies. 1 minute, a world of grass. Next, a bizarre world of fungal growths. Okay. Frost crystals activated. Selenium, indium, phosphorus, silver. Fungal planet. Alright, we are almost here. Alright, we are pretty much here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can see our surroundings a bit. But I am looking for a tucked away little monolith. There is a boundary failure right there. That may be it. So let's go there. And of course, just scan as much as you can, of course. Okay, enough messing around. Let's go ahead and advance this. Okay, log follows. Biological shells unstable, erratic. Mine data cannot be overloaded through one process center. Multiple sites required. Distributed biology to match distributed mine structure. Alignment appears necessary, yet centralized identity must anchor each shell. Experimental synthesis unit operational. Awaiting biogenesis materials. Alright, so I need 1 seed of glass. And I have the animus beam now, so let's get this done. So what do I have installed on this sucker? This is like my main squeeze, you know what I'm saying? Mining beam, mining beam. Alright, so I just had a basic bolt caster. Let's go ahead and disassemble that. And then that should allow us to do this. Cool, and we got a wiring kit. Okay. So let's look for some wildlife. What else do I need for this egg? I forget. Oh yeah. I just needed magnetized ferrite, which I have, so no big deal. Alright, so the trouble with these worlds is, yeah, just not a lot of biodiversity, so it does make this a little bit more difficult, but we shall persevere, we shall survive, yes? Alright, how much do I have? I have 40? That's not a lot. That is not a lot. Alright, I should only need to grab a couple more of these guys. Alright, come on, wildlife. I just need like one or two more of you, and that's it. Come on. Wow. Did I straight up exterminate all life on this planet like a true American? Yes. Looks like it. My ancestors would be proud of the genocide I have brought. Come on, come on. I didn't kill that many of these things. There's gotta... Oh, yes, here you are. Was that enough? Oh, I just need one more. And let's get some for the road. Why not? Cool. Let's get back over to that boundary failure, shall we? Okay, let's insert materials. And alright, so we got the growing singularity. So 22 hours for this baby. Go ahead and just put this back here for now. Okay, so that is finally done for this guy. Okay, what I'm gonna do is call in my freighter, but let's get a little bit out this way. Okay, so that's the living ship stuff done. Now, freighter. Technology-wise, definitely need to get this teleporter installed. As always, out of gas. Let's keep it going. But okay, let's empty the inventory of this. Update all that. That's good. Okay, and let's see. In the meantime, we'll just keep that with us. So at least now all my ships are back up. And let's grab these. Okay, so I don't have nearly enough wiring kits, that is for sure. I've got 3. Okay, so I definitely need more. Hmm. Okay, that's not all that great. Okay, so I just need to pick up some wiring kits. Okay, well, let's do it. Alright, so this is getting a bit interesting. I like this.
Hostile scan detected. Warning. Threat detected. Hostile ships approaching.
Okay, so how's my suit looking? Definitely need more space. Let's go ahead and buy that right now. Nice, nice. Alright, that leaves more room for bait.
Technology recharge.
Alright.
Product received.
Nice. Alright, so we got the teleporter beam, so now we can freely shuffle stuff back and forth from this thing. That'll help out a lot. Alright. So I guess let's go to the Nexus. See what's going on. That's an annoying ass mission. That's a really annoying mission. You want whatever. We'll do it. So how much do I have? I have 2,050. Not bad. Just make sure I have all the tech. Good. Alright, good. Got everything there. Let's go ahead and get another suit upgrade. Okay, got everything there. Okay, got everything. Let's go ahead and start this mission and get out of here. Okay, it's over there. I am going to save myself some trouble by grabbing the quad servos I have in storage. Again, the benefits of being a hoarder.
Technology recharge. Radiation protection falling. Weather update. Storm clearing. Extreme hazard planet. Technology recharge. Units received. Radiation protection falling. Units received. Units received. Radiation protection falling. Radiation damage detected. Units received.
Alright, I'm just gonna recover the shield.
Technology recharge. Radiation protection.
Oh, there's the door. Jeez.
Radiation protection falling. Radiation protection falling. Radiation protection falling. Radiation protection online. Technology recharge. Radiation protection falling. Warning. Elite center fault. Technology recharge. Radiation protection falling.
Production report. Organic and metal. Whatever. Alright, so that's 250. Alright, and we get a circuit board out of that, which is pretty damn awesome. Alright, what's the next one we got? Tame creatures. I will take it. Alright, well, let's check it out. It should be rather easy as long as there's like enough animals here. I do have everything pre-made, so no bumbling around making stuff at least. Let's see what we can find. Okay, and there is berry tech. Good. Ah. Well, let's see what we get over here, and from there, this should be, again, rather easy. I don't think I'm going to waste too much time scanning this stuff around us. It's not going to really give us too much of a return. But I will, of course, get, just all the immediate stuff. It looks like we do have some animals right over there, so let's make our way over there. Okay, enzyme fluid. I'm pretty sure I have that. Yeah. Okay, we have a floating crystal over there. That's good. Alright, so that's 3 down. We only need 9 more. Looks like those are the same species, so we should be able to get them just as easy. And don't want to actually mine those yet, because it'll scare them away. And we're just looking for any animal. Doesn't really mean, except for flying it, of course, but carnivore doesn't really matter. And you know what? Since I tamed you anyways, let's go ahead and grab some milk. If we're lucky, some might just spawn in. Yes, we got more over here. What is that? 8, 9. We're getting there. We need a few more. And it does look like we got a couple over the hill over here. Yeah, these are the same. Let's go ahead. I might run out of enzyme fluid, but we will see what we can do here. This should be the last two. I shouldn't need any more than this. Nice. Alright, that was fast. Let's get out of here. And on our way out, let's go ahead and get a few scans, I guess. Alright, that's good. Let's go ahead and switch to the mining beam, get these before we go. We can actually craft them, but it's just... they're here anyways, right? We may as well. Oh shit, I forgot. That's why you always check your inventory first before you do this. Pro tip of the day, I guess. How we doing?
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
That's, well, enough space for now. It'll be better once I freaking refine down all this stuff that we have. Alright, so that's all the Quicksilver missions I can do today, which brings us up to 2550. Alright, let's see. What do we have here? Advanced ion batteries. Not guys, that's a little bit more useful. 5 lubricant, that's really useful, but constructing an outpost? Hell no, we're not doing that. Fireworks, that may be worth it, but you know what? Not feeling it. Not feeling it at all. Let's go ahead and get out of here. Now, let me check actually to see, do I have anything else? Just return to the mission agent. What is this? Tropical world? Okay, that shouldn't be too hard to find. An unstable gel, that's it. Okay, that should be easy enough. What did I need for that? I think I need cactus, right? Yeah. Alright, that should be real easy. Let's get out of here. shit. Oh. Napkin. There. Sorry. I spilled something on my table. Give me just a second. Okay, crisis averted. Crisis averted. Alright, we are gonna have to find ourselves an atlas so we can go ahead and continue on the path, you know what I'm saying? Okay, that was that fungal planet that we just went to. What is this? Fungal mold, activated indium. Okay, a lot of good stuff.
Hostile scan detected.
Ancient bones. Wow. Okay, so this system is just full of activated indium. That is
Warning.
great.
Threat detected.
Okay.
Hostile ships approaching.
Let him come. Ooh, a lot of them. Let's go with the cyclotron Melissa. Alright, that was easy enough. So this one seemed kind of promising, but I really would love to go ahead and find the next Atlas interface. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, check the inventory. I do want to keep some of this, but I do want to sell some. So let's go ahead and organize right quick. Alright, that should be pretty quick to process.
Technology recharge.
Alright, and we did get our new ship, so I don't have any of my refining equipment or anything like that, but at least this one has a couple more inventory slots, has a little bit more hyperdrive range, and all in all is actually a much better vessel than my last one. Okay, well, first things first, I think I'm going to go ahead and put this down.
Inventory full.
Okay, frozen tubes won't fit. Oh yes, I know what I need to do. Anything I'm in real excess of, I'm going to go ahead and put in one of these things over here. But let me go ahead and drop off some stuff that I don't need right now. Alright, and let me just empty my ship's inventory real quick too. Okay, I'm gonna sell that. Put that away. So, God, it's all about kind of remembering actually where you put everything, unfortunately, sometimes in these situations.
Units received.
Okay, and I'm just going to keep on saving those. And it's a good thing that I actually save things like luminium and stuff like that. Now, with this whole living ship thing, I mean, gold is one of your primary fuel sources, so I am definitely glad I kept that stuff. That's for sure. Okay, I believe on this save file, my stuff is in the last one here. Yeah, there we go. Put that in there, and this runaway mold I should probably keep in the freighter. Okay. I think we're pretty good for right now. I got the unstable gel already, so we don't even need to craft it. Okay. There. Ah, I still have these as well. Let me put these away. There we go. Okay, that looks like everything. Let me go ahead and make myself a new nutrient processor to take with us. So we'll need 2 of these and 1 of these. Okay. Alright, and this should lead us to a trading post on some planet around here, so let's get going.
Navigational data received.
One thing I should build before we leave, though, no tritium. Okay. Nice. Good amount of containers on this one. Let's loot them and see what we get. This is why I love these things. I mean, you get so much rusted metal, and that is really just the easiest way to accumulate ferrite. It looks like I can get some more containers right over there, so let's do it. What's your story, bro? Alright, well, let's learn something. Alright, so I don't really plan on staying here at all, so let's just scan a couple rocks and get out of here. Okay, that's pretty much all that we can scan from this vantage point. Okay. Whoops. Could have been bad. Could have been bad. Alright. Well, enough fooling around, I guess. Let's get out of here. So I pretty much, have to just return to the mission agent? You know what? I don't even think I've stopped here to get the upgrade or anything like that yet, so I guess we may as well. Yeah, permadeath, always. I never play on normal difficulty, really. Or I did when I first started playing this game, but after a little while, you know, it's just that added risk of death. It's the only way. Otherwise, it's just not interesting, you know? If your life is on the line, you tend to play completely differently than you do otherwise. Okay, I did already get it. Well, I guess we should turn in the mission with the mission agent. Lattice arc crystals, definitely worth a lot, that's for sure. Five thermal condensate. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'll take it. I was gonna leave the system, but you know what? That is a good one. That is a really good one. That's totally worth the effort just for that one mission. Living on the edge. No, seriously, I mean, once you play a game, you just can't. I mean, for example, I used to love playing the Fallout series, right? I cannot play those games on anything less than the survival modes anymore. And why? Because honestly, I mean, after a while, you gotta have that extra, you know, risk. Because if you don't, then the gameplay just gets kind of dull. You know, there's nothing at stake. Like the one thing that I really love about old school games is like you had like 3 lives. That's it. You know, then game over. Oh. No, no, no. I just play. I mean, that's the only thing I play. Like, actually, to tell you the truth, you will never see me do a stream where I'm not playing in survival or permadeath on any game that I'm playing. It's just like, to me, it just feels pointless to even play the game otherwise. That's just me, though. I'm a glutton for punishment. That's why most of the time when you hear me like gasp and stuff like that, you know, I'm actually really just like, oh crap, because like that's like 100 hours on a save flushed right down the toilet, you know?
Technology recharge.
Okay, lots of natural burial sites, all that kind of stuff on this planet. That's good. And there's literally buried technology right underneath this damn thing. I guess why not, right? If it's here. You know, I might have just caused this entire thing to, you know, collapse in the next 10 years or something like that, but oh well. The greater question is that since the monolith is on top of the salvage technology modules, are those technology modules older than the monolith itself?
Product constructed.
Okay, so this should be rather quick. I do have to watch out though, the Sentinels are quite testy on this planet. Okay, nothing too exciting. Oh yeah. You recharge this.
Recharge.
And anything that I can get rid of. Let's see. We'll drop these in here. Yikes. Alright. That's enough, I think. Let's get out of here.
Incoming storm.
Probably should sell those relattice ice crystals and all that stuff right now.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Alright, that should help. Oh, yes, that helps out the inventory quite a bit.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Alright, that's it for this mission. Let's get out of this system.
Extreme temperature detected.
Now, again, I haven't actually, explored all the planets, but this system is kind of boring, so let's find something a little bit more interesting.
Orbital station coordinates received.
Plus, I still have not completed the Atlas path with this character. Yes, it is a Gex system. Oh, thank God. Salvageable scrap. Ah, okay. That sounds like a good place to explore. Oh, yes, and we get the Pokeball one. Now, of course, we gotta pop the bubbles, so give me just a moment to get this done. And always do it, because, I mean, you're missing out on like a dozen free words if you don't do it. And one thing I actually learned is now, instead of like, it used to be like, if it's a Korvac system or a Gex system, you would learn Gek words. Now you actually learn Atlas words. So it looks like they programmed Atlas language as its own individual language into the game now, which is a bit interesting. It didn't used to be like that. All right, Pokeball Atlas. What? Okay, so something reality, something and something. Okay, so we only really know basic vocabulary. Okay, but this I can give no name to what I see. Within the orb, I see worlds that never were. I see the stirring of something primal and undeniable. I see the death cry of a god, or something approaching it. It wants me to persist in this journey, seeking fragments of its interface. The stones of the Atlas. It rejoices in my repetition, my compliance, my cloud of unknowing. Alright, I can go ahead and actually make that right now. Let's do it. So one step closer. Okay, no orbs underneath me. Good, let's go ahead and get going. Damn, this thing is still going? Jeez. Okay, so let's see. We got to check out one, but let's see these other ones. What do we got? Ah, Sporal Planet. I'm down for that. Bird Planet. A Metallurgic Planet. Wow, this is like an exotic system. I like it. I like it. Okay. Let's go to the station. Let's see, how far am I though? Spherical orb. I still got a ways to go with this just because I was kind of avoiding it, but I guess may as well. Alright, that's one more slot and one more bait that I can shift into the back. And I have 8 navigation data. Nice. A nice even number.
Product received. Product received.
Okay, cool. At least we don't have to deal with that in our inventory anymore. For now.
Technology recharge.
Alright, let's see what kind of missions they got on the board, and let's hand in that very valuable thermic condensate. Wow, that is a good reward too. Jeez. And I am actually avoiding these other ones. I did want to just kind of concentrate on the Merchants Guild missions along with the Gek missions. Kind of my RP on this guy, you know what I'm saying? Well, let's call in the ship. There is one thing actually that I found which is very, very interesting.
Technology recharge.
Now let's start breaking that down. And I should actually get it back into my inventory.
Product constructed. Technology recharge.
Alright, where did I put it? Well, since I'm back here, may as well put that in there. Ah, here you are. I found this thing, a ghastly eye. Now it says that it's a high value trade item, but I don't know. I think I should probably keep it. It looks like something special. It looks like it has something to do with the egg. I don't know. but I am definitely kind of holding on to it for now. But I did find that, and that looks very interesting. Grab that. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and swap ships. I'd say, you know what? I haven't used my exotic one for a while. Let's go ahead and use this one.
Technology recharge.
Okay, we got a boundary failure. Ancient plaque. Transmission tower. Abandoned building. Okay, so first and foremost, boom, that takes care of that mission.
Navigational data received.
And what I'm going to do right now is just get a couple scans in real quick. I'm not going to get everything around us, I'm just going to get a couple things. Okay, like literally a couple things. Let's save. Alright. So I got a whole bunch of systems now that we can go ahead and explore. This one, though, is definitely something special. I like this one. We got this one here, which has two more planets. This one, which has two planets and a moon. Other than that, got pretty much everything like in this system. And everything before that, as you can see, we did pretty well with. I mean, I do have some stragglers here that we're going to have to go ahead and finish. Like this one's a Korvac system, so not too concerned about it. But I do want to make sure that we go through, explore all the Gek systems. You know what I'm saying? But okay. Let's quit to mode select and we'll switch characters over to the main file. And let's let's build something in the Euclid galaxy. I have a couple ideas. We'll just have to see though if they're worth anything.
Extreme night temperature detected.
Okay, I was let's see, I was dealing with a rough situation of a full inventory. as always, let me go ahead and just, while I'm here, refine this stuff down. We'll go ahead and check out, like the storage containers and stuff, and see, what we can get from this place. Okay, so that is done. What else can I find out? I got a gold nugget, I got some thermic condensate. Crap ton of pyrite. You know what? I can actually refine that little tiny stack of pyrite into, I think, ferrite. Yeah. Okay, that helps me just a tiny bit. Well, I guess let's find our way to, well, I've got a decent amount of ferrite dust, I think. I got 500 there, I got another 891. Let's see what we can get out of this terminal here. I can get another 54. Not great. But, it's something. Let's go ahead and add some more stuff to this. Now, the next one I will be building at 3 level. Just 2 level for now is a little bit easier to manage. Plus, this is like our test run one anyways, so. I still want to make something large and impressive, though. No reason not to have, at least put in a little effort. Alright, so that should, let's see, we need to go 3 in, and here is our next block, right here. What the hell just happened? Okay, that is weird. That is really weird. Especially considering these should not be rooms, these should be solid blocks. What the hell is going on here? Alright, well, that would signify the top of this damn thing. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Okay, wow. Alright. Well, we'll put you there then.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Alright, I guess we shall make this part of the entrance right over here. Let me see. What are we dealing with here? It's so hard to do this in a storm. Let's see. So those three. That still doesn't work. It's not in center. Okay. Well, I guess it doesn't have to be down the center. That better not be the damn reason why it wouldn't let me build that damn thing there. Yeah, it still won't. Whatever. Oh, there's another one right there. Maybe it will let me if I... No, it still won't. Okay, I think we are going to have to make kind of these under levels solid, though. You know, just to make it legit. At least the ones you can see. And definitely not just an outer casing, but the whole inside. I definitely want to make it as, I guess, as legit as possible. We'll start, though, with the outer casing stones and then go from there. Alright, that marks the end of supplies. Let's see what I got here. I got another 200.
Technology recharge.
Well, that'll work for something. You know what? There's no point in doing that. That's like small fry shit. Alright, so that marks the end of supplies. Alright, well, I guess let's get out of here. Where is that little space that I left myself to get out? There it is.
Bicycle power.
5999. Let's see, I'm not familiar with that one right offhand, actually. To tell you the truth, it'd be good to listen to something in the background. Let's go ahead and do it. Why not? SCP 5999. Okay, the Exploring series? Yeah. Okay, so it's probably this one. Alright, let's
SCP
check it out.
5999. This is where I died. The SCP Foundation has a lot of containment procedures. Many of these are pretty simple. Throw the weird thing in a box and move on, while others are bewilderingly complex, involving rituals layered on rituals. It's the latter type we'll be looking at today. An SCP article that, on the surface, makes very little sense, but assuredly contains something nonetheless. We'll be going through 7 different sections, each seemingly unrelated, and each counting down until a grand explanation is called for. We start with an
Wow,
image
really?
of 7 candles, all lit,
Jeez.
and we're told the image is instrumental to proper containment. The Department of Analytics is tasked every year with gathering 7 civilians to witness a procedure called Procedure Sevenfold. These 7 civilians are brought to the Albright Manor on October 30th under heavy sedation, so that they awaken around midnight on October 31st. All entrances to Albright Manor have been sealed, barred, and boarded up, except for an underground shaft concealed in the cellar, where each witness is deposited. We're also informed, for some reason, that the chains remain taut. Albright Manor
Okay.
itself is fitted with surveillance devices, so that personnel in a nearby outpost can also witness Procedure 7.
I know it'll tell me,
These
but
personnel
is
are
the
a
SCP the
containment
location?
specialist and 2D class, who are given false containment procedures. Any personnel who survive the night are to be killed with sarin gas inside of the outpost.
What the?
On November 1st, a day later, a cleanup crew gets sent in to remove the remains of every witness, if possible. It seems that sometimes it's incredibly difficult to retrieve the bodies, and so the Foundation then considers the remains to be the possession of the Albright Manor, to be integrated into future events. Corpses that are retrieved are incinerated in a crematorium by personnel wearing noise-canceling headphones. For the remainder of the year, personnel involved in cleanup are to be wary of any surface which contains the phrase, "This is where I die." So far, all we have are the containment procedures, no description of what Albright Manor is or what Procedure Sevenfold is. Obviously, there are some overt references here with the number 7 and the mention of chains. SCP-2317 is a great and terrible entity that was originally contained through 7 chains, some believing it to be the Scarlet King. As for whether or not this has anything to do with the Scarlet King, we'll just have to keep reading. The next page has 6 lit candles out of 7, and instead of containment procedures, we get a description. Although, like I said, seemingly unrelated to the first part. The description details the anomalous, scattered remains of a Miss Jacqueline Holcroft, who was assaulted and killed by 6 unknown assailants on June 6, 2006. The anomalous effects began sometime after her death, but it's believed that if all of her remains are gathered together and laid to rest, the effects will cease. Anyone in the vicinity of a part of Holcroft's remains, or anyone who is aware of the nature of the crime leading to her death, may be affected. These effects include various hallucinations, such as seeing a nude, disheveled woman with deep lacerations along her extremities, consistent with the wounds Holcroft suffered. The figure typically appears in an affected person's peripheral vision, clutching its midsection, and disappears when looked at directly. Subjects will also hear unintelligible whispers and moans, and on rare occasions, pleading and begging, with their own name being called. 6 subjects have reported hearing an unfamiliar song with the tune of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Subjects will also hallucinate the smell of amniotic fluid. Subjects will continue to experience these effects until they die, which is hastened along by another set of effects that begins 6 months after the onset. Subjects will begin to find various body parts and organs randomly, such as when opening a drawer, lifting a toilet seat, or in their meals. These objects disappear when unobserved. Additionally, any images or videos featuring the subject will also show a filthy nude woman, either obscured somewhat or in the background. The woman seems to be Holcroft, with a large vertical gash running down her torso. Subjects will also experience sleep paralysis, during which they report the presence of multiple shadowy figures, who hold down and mutilate them.
What the hell?
Before the paralysis ends, subjects feel a searing pain in their gut, and claim that a vital component of their being was removed. The final secondary effect is an irrational fear that the chains are weakening. After some time, the Foundation managed to track down all 206 of Holcroft's bones, and interred them in the Holcroft family plot. Upon conclusion of the funeral, everyone that attended the service suffered spontaneous disembowelment.
What the fuck?
On the bright side, everyone that had been affected by the anomalies reported that the effects had stopped, but they were all now sterile. Additionally, 1 in 6 subjects with living children reported the disappearance of one of their children, none of which have been recovered. I guess that's not much of a bright side. The description ends by noting that this has had no effect on Miss Holcroft's presence within the Albright Manor. So, overall, an SCP description that isn't especially remarkable on its own, but it does share a couple connections with the first part. Affected subjects possess an irrational fear that the chains are weakening. With no
I was once
chains
almost a dad, but yeah,
it would
that
also
didn't
seem
work
that
out.
Miss Holcroft had been in Albright Manor, although that doesn't sound like where she died. We'll just have to keep reading. 5 candles now, and it's an exploration log. coincidentally, or not so coincidentally, in the same town where the Hallcroft family plot is located. The population of the town is listed as 3125, which happens to be 5 to the 5th power, and 5 members of MTF Epsilon 5, Pentacle, are sent in to investigate a sudden thick fog and the apparent disappearance of all town residents.
What the hell?
The video log is recorded by a body camera carried by MTF agent Joy Bates, call sign Echo, which happens to be the 5th letter in the NATO phonetic alphabet. Anyways, the team heads toward the town in a Foundation Humvee, and it's noted that the chains in the road break easily beneath the Humvee's wheel. Echo watches as the forest surrounding the town gives way to a thick fog, drastically reducing visibility. The team decides to head on foot from here on out. They soon find a black sedan lying on its side, with the roof torn off. Near it is an ivy-coated brick building behind a rusted chain-link fence. Since the team can't even see beyond the width of the street, they set up a defensive position while imaging hardware is set up. It's revealed that 2 of the team members are siblings, and both were born here. The thermal imaging equipment turns out to be useless, so they continue on. Echo gets tasked with investigating the black sedan, discovering that the vehicle is still running, and a country song is playing on the radio. There's been extensive damage to the vehicle, and the dashboard is sporting a copious amount of blood. Most of the seatbelts are still buckled in, except for the front passenger seat, presumably which is where the blood came from. When Echo turns back to the team, she notices that one of them is missing, which comes as a surprise to the others. It's not noted by Echo, but beneath the Humvee in the video footage is a figure that skitters out of sight, walking on 5 forelegs.
What the hell?
The team rallies
Damn.
together and continues into the town as they hear a low bellowing sound, comparable to trumpets. They come across a barber shop with a shattered window, and a building that was recently destroyed by a raging fire. The 2 siblings remark that this used to be their favorite pizzeria. The team leader hears a quiet, bleeding sound somewhere in the distance, and as they move towards it, they spot a figure enshrouded in the mist across the street. The team leader approaches with his weapon ready, finding it to be a lamb laying in the grass in front of a home, the number 5 painted on its side with blue paint. The lamb continues to bleat and cry, distressed by the MTF, but when it stands to run away, it quickly collapses again. Dried blood is seen on the ground underneath it, and one of the team approaches the animal and finds something small and metallic lodged into each of its hind hooves. Delta bends down to pet the lamb, and turns to Alpha to ask if they should euthanize it. Delta doesn't notice as the lamb begins to violently convulse from the neck up, until her brother shouts at her. Delta falls and quickly backs away from the animal, as Alpha fires his weapon at it. The lamb's midsection gets blown away, but it climbs to its feet as its guts spill out, still convulsing and bleeding. Its vocalizations take on a human sound, devolving into the screams made by the bodies in the crematorium of the Albright Manor, the ones that personnel wear noise-canceling headphones to block out. Delta gets picked up by her brother, but her feet seem to be locked into position, as thick pieces of metal have come out of the soil and pierced both of her feet. The metal objects are constructed to make it impossible to pull her off of them, and Alpha continues to fire upon the demon lamb. Its screams have grown louder, and similar sounds can be heard in the distance from multiple sources. Echo is trying to remove the metal pieces somehow from Delta, but looks up at the lamb, which is now an unrecognizable bloodied husk. It rears up, causing leathery wings to unfurl from its back, and it begins to flap them as it rises into the air, although its hind legs are dug into the earth. As Echo continues to help Delta, the metal pieces pull downward into the ground, severing one of Echo's fingers. Delta gets pulled ankle-deep into the earth, and 2 of them attempt to pull her free. The lamb creature continues to rise above the ground, its hind legs grossly extended now. Delta is waist-deep in the ground, as bleeding sounds can be heard all around them. Alpha requests covering fire and orders them to abandon Delta as she gets buried up to her chest. Her brother is still pulling with all his might as Echo takes out her sidearm and offers to spare Delta her fate. He threatens Echo's life if she pulls that trigger. Several lambs emerge from the fog around the group, slowly limping towards them. Alpha again.
It sounds kind of
retreat,
similar
Echo asks
to
Alpha directly
the
permission to shoot
story
Delta,
of what
as
is
she now
it?
only has her head and her arms.
Like Davenport
Before
or
she
something
gets
like
a
that.
response, Delta gets pulled completely under. Echo watches the demon lamb as it floats higher, now pulling its elongated legs out of the ground,
Yeah, but
revealing
totally sounds like
elongated
an acid
hooves
trip.
glistening with a metallic sheen. Speared to the bottom of the hooves are human feet, and as it rises, it pulls out the naked form of Delta, her body limp. Her brother opens fire on the creature, but it flies over the team, carrying Delta with it. It floats over to a telephone pole, where it slams Delta's body into it.
Really? Wow.
Delta is now attached to the telephone pole by her feet, and the creature flies off as the trumpet sound is heard again. Alpha radios Command, who just tell him to continue searching the town. Echo bandages her missing finger, and Delta's brother makes several attempts to climb the telephone pole and retrieve his sister's body before the three of them move on. They continue their trek through the town for 20 minutes, noting the chaos that occurred here before everyone disappeared. A number of vehicular accidents and fires, and various alarms continue to ring out, alongside a weakened sound. As they pass through a wrought iron fence, Alpha notes the stench of decay, and Bravo informs them that they are passing by the elementaries. They see several unidentified human figures against a fence beneath a weeping willow tree, each of them naked and unmoving. They decide to keep their distance, moving around the figures to the other side of the fence. Here they can identify 5 figures total, tied by their wrists to the fence and held upright, each in various states of decay. Their backsides are torn and bloodied with large gashes, likely from flagellation by a whip-like tool.
Sounds like
The corpse
actually,
in the center is slightly different, though,
sounds like
fresher than the others,
whatever
and its
this
wounds
place
look different.
was is
Bravo approaches
like,
and pours water from his canteen.
I don't know.
Back.
Sounds kind of like
Washing with blood to
Event
reveal a
Horizon
tattoo,
kind of
the
stuff. You know what I'm
insignia
saying?
of NPF Epsilon 5. They realize that this is the missing member of their team, Charlie, and the lacerations on his back spell out a phrase: "This is where I died." As Bravo turns back to rejoin the other two, a thick thorned vine emerges from the weeping willow and wraps around Bravo's head, immediately drawing blood. He is quickly pulled upwards and out of sight as the sound of splintering bones can be heard over his screams. The sounds stop as the low trumpet sound is heard again, and blood and viscera spill out of the tree. Alpha and Echo begin running back to their Humvee, bleeding and screaming can be heard. The two quickly get lost, inadvertently making their way to the town's center. In their peripheral vision, faces can be seen in the fog, and distant weeping can be heard turning into sobbing, and eventually, laughter. The laughter grows in intensity as the two continue, and the text notes that something large stirs underneath, beginning to be free from its shackles. Alpha fires his sidearm at nothing, and Echo threatens to leave him behind as he's behaving erratically, but he doesn't comply, so she continues alone.
Yeah, I mean, like, totally, like, you know, all of a sudden that place got dropped into a hell dimension where S&M demons just tore them the
Echo
fuck
cuts
apart,
through
you
a
know?
cul-de-sac with several properties before tripping over something in the ground, cutting her leg. She looks around and realizes that she's in a cemetery, so she curses 3 times, immediately apologizes, and says a quick prayer. She hobbles through the cemetery, coming to a church. She shakily makes her way through the front door. Surprisingly, there is no fog inside of the church, and everything is in perfect order, aside from one thing. Attached to the large cross behind the pulpit is the nailed body of Alpha, wrapped in a tunic. He is still alive, but when Echo comes closer, he coughs, expelling blood and nails from his mouth. As Echo reaches towards
Blood
him,
and
his
nails.
eyes open, revealing blinding lights. The sound of thunder is heard. The building's foundation shakes, and Echo
Sounds like
runs
something
to
out
the
of
door.
Revelations,
As
actually.
Elba bleats behind her. Echo looks around to try and rush out of the cemetery, seeing that the nearest grave to her has collapsed, and hands and fingers are gripping the edges of the one closest to her. As Echo runs toward the street, she falls to her knees and finds herself unable to stand. Heavy footsteps can be heard, the ground shaking each step, and Echo cries and begs forgiveness as she begins to pray. Her prayers are interrupted as a long
I
blade
did watch that
bends
show.
over her
Yeah,
side.
yeah, it very
She begins to
much
raise
was.
up into the sky, camera footage becoming lost.
But then again, if you want to get to TV
Echo
shows
is
that
turned in the air
are
to
straight
face
up
a massive human figure.
SCPs,
Its eyes are
I mean, you
shrouded
got to
in
go back to
shadow,
the
with a
X-Files,
gaunt
honestly.
face covered
The
in a
X-Files was probably
Echo
the
struggles as she is brought
best
closer to the
show that
face,
really
eventually noticing that the
encapsulated
face
it.
is comprised of countless human bodies squirming against one another. The text refers to it as the false beast, and it opens its maw as a roiling thunder can be heard from the depths of its being. The trumpets bellow once again as the log ends, making it...
Damn, it's been such a long time since I've seen Warehouse 13. That was actually a really good show.
Whew, that was certainly eventful. Obviously, there's plenty of religious connotations here. And while an article embedded with the number 5 might have something to do with fifithism, the
Like
religion
Warehouse
concerned here seems
13,
to be much more
if like
traditional.
an overly anal
We
government
did get another reference
was
to
involved,
change,
you know what I'm saying?
and the mention of a false beast could be interesting. As much as we could sit here and try and decipher what everything means here, though, it's actually best if we continue on. 4 candles now, with an interview log from 2004 between Dr. McNeil of the Department of Demonology and Agent Grace, a purification specialist with MTF Mu-13, Ghostbusters. During a recent operation, codenamed 4 Monarchs, and classified as Level 4, Agent Grace was possessed by a demonic entity. The text tells us that this was due to a failure of the chains in holding what lies beneath. Grace was taken to the Department of Demonology for an exorcism, but initial attempts have failed, so Dr. McNeil was brought in to interview Grace. McNeil is a specialist in demonic psychology, so it's believed he has a chance of removing the demon via coercion or intimidation. He starts with the basic command of telling the demon to leave, but the demon only repeats a series of 4 names, whom McNeil says died because of the demon's actions. He grows more commanding, telling the demon that it will rot deep in this facility if it doesn't let go, and that it is at his mercy now. It will be punished for resisting, and it should take the escape that he is offered. The demon begins reciting the Lord's Prayer backwards, a fairly old trope, which McNeil says is a useless and pathetic trick. He instead begins quoting Deuteronomy 4, verse 4. But all of you who held fast to the... and asks the demon to finish it. The demon continues reciting the backwards Lord's Prayer, but McNeil is insistent until the demon eventually acquiesces, and together they speak the full verse, along with the next one. But all of you who held fast to the Lord your God are still alive today. See, I have taught you decrees and laws that the Lord my God commanded you, so that you may follow them in the land you are entering, and take possession of it. The log
Demonic
ends here, but
psychology.
McNeil definitely succeeded in breaking down the demon's will. Again,
How the
it
hell
doesn't
did
really
this turn
seem
into
connected
a
to
like
anything,
a
other than hearing that this demonic
supernatural
possession was apparently due to the
demonic
chains
possession
failing
story?
in holding something beneath us. It would therefore seem to suggest that the chains are meant to hold back something demonic, rather than, say, Scarlet King, as the Christian themes seem to continue. Once again, though, we must continue on. 3 candles, the timeline of an incident. The incident in question is in relation to a video game titled Prodigy, Priest, King, released in 1988. The timeline extends prior to the Foundation's involvement, as conversations were logged on Usenet, and the Foundation later did their own control testing. Subjects affected by this anomaly are color-coded in a document based on their empathic role determined by the game, either Alpha, Theta, or Omega. Beginning on November 29th, a 9-year-old boy in California experiences numbness in his hand throughout the school day, and by noon has lost all sensation below his wrists. The boy is taken to the hospital by his mother, but on the way he regains feeling. The mother attributes the cause to an extended play session of the game the previous night. The same day, a 27-year-old man in Texas returns his copy of the game to the store, claiming that once entering the main location, Labyrinth, all audio cuts out, replaced only with an occasional, prolonged rumble. He's given a replacement copy. A 12-year-old girl in New Hampshire is seen outside of her house in the pouring rain, staring at the full moon. Her neighbors usher her back into her house and alert her parents. The next day, an 18-year-old in Colorado experiences an uncharacteristic, severe depressive episode, which is relieved by the embrace of his father. Also, 15-year-old triplets are reported absent from school the same day, found locked in their bedroom, where they have drawn a top-down representation of the map to the in-game labyrinth on their walls. The phrase, "This is where I died," is carved in the corner of the room. On December 1st, a 33-year-old woman in Pennsylvania destroys her son's copy of the game because of his obsession, to the point of soiling himself while playing. Later that day, she falls down her basement stairs, fatally breaking her neck.
This seems like a whole string of like unrelated.
Is now unable to get out of bed due to losing feeling in his entire body, so he is rushed to the emergency room. A 3-year-old boy in Oklahoma seizes and slips into a coma while watching his older sibling play the game. A news group is established on Usenet, Alt Binaries PPK, to discuss the game, with several users expressing frustration about finding the mirror, the jewel, or the sword. A user going by the name of Trey uploads several photographs of their computer screen, showing off a glitch in the game. The enemy sprite for the ghoul, listed as Entity A by the Foundation, is glitched to appear much shorter than normal, with blackened skin and flecks of red. Trey claims that it can neither be killed nor interacted with, and may end up blocking access to crucial areas of the game, forcing a reset. 6 other users claim to have experienced this same glitch. On December 2nd, the mother of the man in Texas who returned his copy of the game visits her son's home after he missed 2 days of work at the family store. His bedroom door won't open, and she hears a low, blaring, monotone chiptune coming from inside. She calls the police, who break through the barricaded door, finding the man's mattress propped up against the windows and all of the lights shattered. The only source of light in the bedroom is coming from the monitor, displaying a game over screen, which doesn't seem to turn off until the monitor is unplugged. The man is nowhere to be found. Another user on the news group, going by Jean-Luc Picard, with a 3 instead of E of course, uploads 4 image files showing a hidden tunnel in a corner of the labyrinth. The tunnel leads to a small, colorful room resembling a child's bedroom, unlike anything else in the game. And in one image, the glitched ghoul sprite is standing in a corner, facing a wall. The jewel item, apparently representing the prodigy from the title, can be found on the nightstand in the room. December 3rd. Several users in the news group that have now recovered the jewel item are now reporting the presence of a new enemy, listed as Entity B, in the crypt. It appears as a dark-robed humanoid which flees from the player, but if cornered can be easily killed. It regenerates after 3 seconds, leading players to repeatedly kill it for easy experience. Naturally. The young girl that was staring at the moon is found in the fetal position in the corner of her room, crying and shaking. A pair of twins are found in their parents' basement, reciting the song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star incessantly, but with incorrect lyrics. A 24-year-old man in New Jersey is found by the police in his home, bludgeoned to death. His eyes, hands, and genitals were violently removed before death, and a rod was inserted in his anal cavity.
The hell?
A 6-year-old child is recovered from his basement. December 4th, another user on the news group begins a sub-thread about her experiences with the game, claiming that the ghost enemies are vocalizing her name instead of the normal sound. Most other users are skeptical, but one other claims to experience the same issue. The parents of the triplets that lock themselves in their room invite a priest into their home for counseling. When the priest enters the bedroom, the boy's father does something to the priest, expunged from the record, but noted as fulfilling profiles Alpha, Theta, and Omega. The mother calls the police, but the call is intercepted by the Foundation, who are now involved, sending in an MTF instead. The MTF apparently finds a mass inside of the home, which they move into a mobile containment vehicle. The mass spontaneously combusts once placed on the examination table, revealing the father, the priest, and the 3 boys. The father and the priest live for several minutes, but the priest dies of cranial trauma, and the father causes the mass to fall off the table, severing his cervical vertebrae in the process. A copy of the game is extracted from the abdomen of one of the 3 boys. The man that experienced this severe depressive episode is now suffering from near incomprehensible speech outside of simple phrases, along with impaired motor function. A large tumor is discovered growing in his brain. December 5th. A 15-year-old in New York tells his psychiatrist about a recurring nightmare and sleep paralysis he's been experiencing the past few nights, during which he dies in counseling. A user going by the name Rice Denied reports a glitch in which all text in their game is replaced with the text, "This is where I died." The user Trey is apparently the first player to have reached the hedge maze area, and they claim that the music on this stage is bugged, periodically being interrupted by a loud snapping noise.
It's very rare that I get like nightmares, but sometimes if the story is good enough, yeah, it can inspire
causing the
that.
screen to go black. The D-Class convulses and dies, and during dissection, it's found that the body contains a malformed heart, left kidney, and right lung, which are not genetic matches to the subject. December 6th. A recall of the game causes posts in the news group to drop off considerably, but a few users hold on to their copies. Another user reaches the hedge maze and uploads several images of an object in the night sky, designated as Entity C.
Could you imagine playing the wrong video game and getting
and
fucked
progresses
up?
to the final area of the game, although they don't say what that area is. The girl that stared at the moon is found dead, her body somehow preserved under a layer of hot ash. Sierpinski's triangle, a fractal, is charred into the linoleum nearby. At a Foundation site, cries for help are heard coming from a test chamber where a doll is found. The doll is disposed of, and the cries cease. An audible snap is heard throughout Site-33, and the researcher who had overseen the previous night's testing of the game is found to have hanged herself. December 7th. Foundation operatives arrive at the home of a newsgroup member who held the second-to-last copy of the game. An agent suffers third-degree burns on his hands from trying to separate the girl from her monitor. The girl is terminated by the team leader. Another D-Class reaches the hedge maze using information taken from the newsgroup, and the Foundation corroborates the claims of glitched music and the entity in the sky. The entity is a humanoid sprite, hanged by the neck by a rope that extends beyond where the player can see. The D-Class refuses to play any further, instead only weeping and begging for forgiveness. Another D-Class manages to recover the mirror in their playthrough, presumably representing the priest, but some data is expunged about the aftermath. An MTF arrives 30 minutes later to isolate the creature, after which the sector of the facility is evacuated and destroyed. No disciplinary action is taken against the researchers and guards because they apparently weren't in control of their actions, and several are treated for fractures in their hands. Samples of the creature's seminal fluid are sent to another site for study, and the Ethics Committee issues a mandate prohibiting the use of D-Class with a history of sexual offense. At this point, the Foundation creates the Alpha, Theta, and Omega profiles for those affected, based on the anomalous effects. The twins that were incorrectly singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star are now found dead. Broken chain links are scattered about the vicinity of the bodies. Another D-Class finds the sword while playing, progressing to the final level of the game, an area titled with a nonsensical assortment of letters and symbols. Research staff are forced to wear sound-canceling headgear while observing. December 8th. 3 D-Class that had been involved in the game testing are found absent from their cells. Trails of blood and viscera are found in the cells leading in the direction of the testing chambers, ending at the walls. Shattered glass, a class ring, and a shiv are found in the remains. The boy that went numb is pronounced dead by Foundation doctors following a seizure. His body continues to twitch over the next half hour before standing, approaching the attendant doctor, and embracing him. User Trey makes a post on the news group about the dungeon holding the one and only boss in the game. The screenshots they share show a darkened, winding staircase within a stone corridor. Another user, the girl that was terminated by Foundation agents in her home, responds, saying, "This is where I die." The man with the tumor in his brain also died in Foundation care, and the autopsy shows that the brain tumor is in fact a developing brain. Trey posts another update, claiming to have traveled up the spiral staircase for 3 hours, finally spotting an irregularity on the wall. They were able to clip through the wall at this point and shared a screenshot of their findings, which are expunged from the record. All testing is stopped at this point, as the Foundation focuses on finding this Trey individual before they can confront the anomaly. We're informed that the chains have become too few in number to hold it. December 9th. Another D-Class, this one having no interaction with the game, begins to regurgitate shards of glass before dying of blood loss. The 3-year-old boy that fell into a coma after watching his sibling play the game finally shows some activity. He cries out, "Hot, too hot," as his body temperature rises above 38 degrees Celsius, or 100 degrees Fahrenheit. He quickly expires. A soundbite from the game that is played during the game over screen plays over the PA systems of 70 Foundation sites, as well as countless civilian institutions, recreation centers, and shopping districts across the country. Several dozen ropes manifest over the primary testing site of the game, leading the site director, the task force commander, and a senior researcher to be hanged upon attempting escape.
What the hell?
The remaining senior staff is similarly killed as the ropes move through the site. Clerical and custodial staff are not targeted. The user Trey makes his final post to the news group, stating only, "I found where he died." Wow. Well, even if there was no explanation for any of this, it's still a pretty wild ride. There's obviously now a lot of connections throughout this, some more obvious than others, such as the twins singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star incorrectly, or another couple mentions of the chains. We're also now seeing more and more examples of the title phrase, "This is where I die," which we know is crucial to the story, but still not sure why. The connections alone.
See, I
still
don't
won't give
read
us
too
complete
many of
understanding
these
what
because
this
these
is
are
all
like
about,
the side
and
stories
what exactly
to
the
the
Foundation
SCP
is contained
kind of
in.
universe, you know.
As we click on to the next section, though, we're told that this is at a critical risk of containment failure. 2 candles now, and we're informed that it's imperative that we press onwards. So we shall. It's a testing log this time, with the goal of determining the presence of anomalous phenomena in a doll. Presumably the same doll that was found in a testing cell during the game testing. A D-class is placed in a room with the doll on a chair and told to remain still. The temperature in the room drops by 2 degrees Celsius, and the doll plays a rendition of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star with different lyrics. The lyrics read, Twin kill, little stars, robbed of wonder, torn and scarred. Rest above the world so high, 2 souls flit about the night. Twin kill, little stars, justice is not very far. As the D-class backs away from the doll into a corner, the doll's eyes continue to track her. The D-class suffered from heart palpitations on account of stress afterwards, and medical personnel report a mild unease from viewing him.
Hell yeah, I
reason
would.
being indescribable.
Dude, jeez.
To determine sapience of the doll, the D-class is put back into the chamber and told to speak to it. After greeting the doll responds, calling the D-class by his birth name. The D-class immediately asks to be let out, as the doll giggles until he is removed. The D-class is found to still be in fine health, but his eyes are particularly glassy and dry, and he reports having trouble blinking. The next set is to determine the identity of the doll, and discern how long until the chains fail to hold. The D-class is put back into the room with a questionnaire. The doll identifies itself as Cindy, but refuses to elaborate on its intent or purpose. It instead begins talking about the D-class's crime which led to his incarceration. As the doll talks, a faint screaming sound is heard inside of the chamber from an unknown source, growing in volume. The screaming suddenly stops, and the doll asks the D-class to play with it, which the D-class refuses. It then asks him about Jacqueline Hallcroft, and the D-class demands to be let out. Medical personnel now report an implacable feeling of terror upon looking at the D-class, but they find a small cyst on the subject's back. The doctor that discovered it is apprehensive about lacerating it, and is granted personal leave. The D-class is once again sent back in to find out more about the doll, and a small table,
Yeah, I know how that
chairs,
feels.
and a toy tea set are placed in the room.
My grandfather's second
The
wife,
two share imaginary cups of
she
tea
was
as they
kind
begin
of
talking
odd,
about the weather
but
and
she
their favorite teas.
used to
So the
love
D-class
giving
asks
my
the doll
sister
how she came
porcelain
to be
dolls. And I swear
doll
they were the
states that she
creepiest
exists to
freaking
fulfill a
dolls I've
singular
ever
purpose.
seen in my life.
Staring at the D-class. She then goes into an inane tangent about the events in the exploration log of the MTF map. The test is aborted, with the D-class reporting trouble moving digits. It's worth noting that the text has previously referred to the D-class as a him, and now refers to him as it. The cyst on his back has swollen considerably, and the D-class is becoming increasingly belligerent about failing to scratch it. Finally, the decision is made to lacerate it, causing a large volume of pus to pour out, alongside a thin threaded filament. As the filament is being pulled out, it suddenly retracts into the D-class's back, and he
What the
begins
hell?
screaming uncontrollably for his mother. The D-class is now referred to as an item, whereas the doll is referred to as Cindy. He is sent back in to bargain with Cindy for information, promising her Foundation support and fulfilling her mission in exchange for sharing knowledge on what the mission entails. The D-class has now lost the use of his legs, so he's taken in and the door is sealed.
Damn, he's being like slowly
The
turned
D-class,
into a
with great
doll.
trouble,
That's pretty
reads
crazy.
the script provided by the Foundation, detailing their intent to aid Cindy. Cindy simply blushes, laughs, and stands, approaching the D-class. She stares him in the eyes and says she already has everything she wants. She then asks for the door to be opened, which it is, and a doctor offers to give her a ride home, saying that her parents must be worried. Cindy is then taken home, to the Albright Manor. We're then provided a picture of what is labeled as the item recovered from within the chamber, but it kind of freaks me out, so let's move on. One candle remains. We're told that the containment breach is imminent, and we shouldn't stop reading, so we won't. This log details recovered evidence collected by the Foundation, and we're about to get a whole lot of clues. First is from January 1st, 2001, from Yogi Bear's Jellystone Park in Quarryville, Pennsylvania, which I'll note would be quite a cold camping vacation. A camper trailer furnished for four is found at a campsite with no accompanying vehicle, with a malnourished border collie laying next to it. The dog became violent upon being collected. A stick was found with two marshmallows skewered on one side, and the other side smoldering in the fire pit. A rosary is found belonging to Agent Grace, the possessed MTF agent. A single chain, rusted and near useless. 3 bloodied fingernails next to a small stone in the ground. Claw marks are found in the dirt for half a meter from the direction of the camper. Several charred pieces of paper in the fire pit. Burnt clothing belonging to an adult male is found hidden beneath the camper. And tire treads belonging to a pickup truck or SUV lead away from the area. Next is at the Abdi residence in Calvert, Texas on December 14, 1988, same year as the video game debacle. A woman's tattered nightgown is found caught in the bushes beneath a second-story bathroom window. Bare footprints showing a slow and steady walk lead through the mud towards the street. Parallel pairs of slashes, rips, and tears are found in several pieces of furniture in the living room, which is in a state of disarray. A pair of marks are scratched in the wall leading from the bottom to the top of the staircase. A
This kind of reads like a
beyond
ghost story, you know what I'm saying?
Cracked lens is found. 3 sleeping bags, the first soiled with urine, the second torn apart with no remaining biological evidence aside from a single strand of hair. The third zipped closed around a mound believed originally to be one of the missing persons. 5 pounds of soil taken from the town the MTF explored. A tire iron located at the bottom of the stairs in a pool of bile. The door to the master bedroom had been torn off the hinges. The door to the master bathroom is locked from the inside, with a single slip of paper inserted beneath the door. Text tells us that it was meant to be read, but we're not told what was on the paper. Also, a single child's toothbrush with a bloodied handle. Blood, viscera, and eye fluid is found in the sink across from the open window. Next, November 11th, 2019, the cabin of a horror writer in the Netherlands. A single pair of boot prints is discovered in the snow leading from the cabin into the wilderness. The trail ends at a nearby country road. The L key is missing from the writer's typewriter.
Country road.
A manuscript, several hundred pages long, is found atop the workstation, and it's burned by investigators. A loaded handgun is laying on the floor next to the chair. A single round is discharged. Other things discovered are apparently the final chapter and spirals. Minute traces of blood, bone fragments, and cerebral matter in the vicinity of the workstation, as well as a bundle of towels soaked in blood containing more bone fragments are found beneath the bathroom sink. The victim's trademark hat was found to have been stolen as well. October 31st, 2018, the home of a host of a horror podcast titled Witching Hour in Manchester, England. Spotches of a warm viscous fluid are found around a shattered basement window. A cloud of smoke, the lingering scent of burning hair and scorched flesh.
I think it's just, honestly, with the dolls, it's like
that contained a trigger.
The anthropomorphic qualities
then.
of it. At the same time,
Several
it's like
ounces of ash
soulless eyes,
concentrated
and
within countless handprints across the basement
and probably
floor,
it has to
coming
do
from a
with
single
like for
board.
me, it was like I watched
A
Child's
newspaper
Play
article
a
regarding the
few too many
disappearance of
times
twins,
when I was a kid.
Sindel and Mandy, the girls that sang Twinkle Twinkle. A digital camera is found containing footage recorded immediately after the live stream of the podcast was corrupted. The footage was viewed on mute by a single individual, who has since been euthanized. A wired lapel mic is found with its entire length covered in saliva, along with a desiccated husk of inverted human skin, the oral cavity grossly expanded. Next,
Husk
the Judith
of a
Montague
human.
Memorial Library in Wales, although the date is redacted to only show the ones. Shattered glass is scattered about the south-facing window, most of it stained with blood. Something small and defenseless is found originating from Jacqueline Hallcroft. 11 dead birds of various species, killed by internal bleeding and bruising of the brain from a collision with the structure. The building is heavily infested with houseflies, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Library cards belonging to 6 victims, each members of a book club. 5 books are found throughout the reading area, rotten beyond identification, each containing genetic material from their respective readers. A low droning noise can be heard throughout the area, a hymn in an unknown language. A trail of words in cursive, written in human blood, begins at the shattered window and leads across the street towards the book depository.
Alright, that's all the
One
ferrite
operative
dust
is
again.
apparently lost while investigating. August 11, 1914, in the Allied trenches in France. Not minding how these things were discovered, a collapsible spade is found at the bottom of an 11-meter shaft next to the soldiers. 3 dog tags, 2 of which are warped with identifying information scratched out. A single human eye found in the possession of a rat. A severely damaged copy of Prodigy Priest King, quite anachronistically. Spent munitions and empty rifles are also found, which wouldn't be uncommon, but investigation reveals that most rounds were fired into friendly territory. An unopened envelope containing an illegible letter is located beneath the duckboards. We're told they will not be missed. 1 meter of barbed wire caked in viscera, with the uniform of a missing soldier tangled within it. 11 teeth belonging to the only identified soldier are found at the bottom of the pit, coated in soil. A tunnel, large enough for a grown man,
I'm gonna go
extends
to a
from the bottom of the
different
pit for several hundred meters, reaching a trench in enemy territory.
place.
Several more teeth are found within the tunnel.
Let's go here.
Finally, December 31st, 2011, at the Taichi Kazuo residence. Black clouded water is found in all basins, samples revealing the water to contain powdered bone mineral. Extensive water damage in the rooms beneath and next to the bathroom. Copious amounts of 1 meter long black human hair is found. The sound when they burn each witness in the crematorium is also discovered. 11 mirrors throughout the home, 10 of them shattered, and the last, a small pocket mirror, is untouched. All clothing and effects belonging to 6 of the 7 missing participants are found neatly folded and arranged. 100 extinguished candles gathered in the center of the living quarters. This sentence is repeated a number of times in different formats, repeatedly informing us that 100 extinguished candles are gathered in the center of the living quarters, but living is crossed out. The log ends with the words candles, extinguished, gathered, living. The warning at the bottom is now written in slightly garbled text, telling us to please disregard all previous warnings and we may proceed within. Moving on, we see a black image with the text, containment compromised, turn off your device, do not proceed. A few seconds later, the screen changes, showing a video which I will now play for you.
Oh, yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Thanks for stopping by. I very much appreciate
That's
it.
the end of SCP-5999.
Well,
At this point, you're likely of one of 2 different mindsets. One group is likely
actually, I almost got through that whole damn thing. Well, again, yeah, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. And yeah, I'll be on again tomorrow. I'll probably do like a midday and then a late night one again. So, if you want, stop by. We'll have another conversation. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, definitely have a good night. so I'm gonna have to get out of here. Let's see. I already bought everything in there, so let's, I guess, try to do this mission that's here. See, I don't think I've been to this room before, have I? Let's see, I have. Toxic anomaly, emerald, ammonia, sodium, aggressive sentinels. Alright. Actually, I want to listen to the rest of that, so I am going to keep it on.
Satisfied enough with the mystery up to this point, and are happy to leave it as it is in their minds. After all, like I said, regardless of an explanation, it's been a wild ride with various horror stories. The other group, though, will want an explanation for all of this. A single unifying thread that connects all of the chapters together into one coherent whole. This group might end up being disappointed by the explanation, though. So feel free to end the video now if you want to ponder it on your own. Let's look at the overarching imagery of the entire piece. Candle. From 7 to 0, they counted down, but the only mention of candles in the text came at the very end, from the recovered items in the Kazuo residence. In there, the Foundation found 100 extinguished candles in the living quarters, and a small, undamaged pocket mirror. This is actually an old game, hundreds of years ago in Japan. I won't risk the Japanese title, but the literal translation is a gathering of 100 supernatural tales. Players of this game would gather 100 paper lamps or candles in a room of their house. They would also place a mirror on a small table in the same room. The participants would then go 2 rooms over and begin sharing scary stories with one another. Whenever a person finished telling a story, they would walk across the room and extinguish a light before looking into the mirror and walking back. As the night progressed, the light in the third room would grow darker and darker, typically causing players to grow more fearful as they told tales of ghosts and ghouls. The idea was that when the last light was extinguished, the third room would become a beacon for all the invoked spirits to enter the home. For this reason, most players would be too scared to go all the way to 100, and would stop at 99. For us, though, we continued on, ticking down the candles one by one, until none were left, and we were greeted by, well, a monster. The other reoccurring trend throughout the whole piece is the odd text in various places that seems like it doesn't fit with the rest of the story. Most of this text discusses the chains faltering and breaking, but there are other examples. The thing about this text that I didn't convey to you earlier is that it is actually in a unique typeface, making it stand out. Let's go back and look at the various examples, starting at the very beginning, where the item number is listed as null, and the object class is listed as contained. The word witness is also altered, in relation to the mysterious procedure Sevenfold at Albright Manor, and the text about the chains remaining taut.
Very interesting.
In the next section, the words visual hallucinations and auditory hallucinations are altered,
You see,
but olfactory hallucination is not.
I don't know. The thing about
Note that
the
this
way
altered
that
text could constitute a visual hallucination.
I don't know.
artwork.
This was red though.
And
The
throughout
thing
piece,
was
we
is
do
that
hear
it
odd audio in the
bounces
background
around
occasionally,
too much. I would have to
but
listen to
we
this
don't
like 2
smell
or 3
anything
times
strange.
just to get it. You know
or
what
at
I'm
least
saying?
I hope not. The text of "the chains are weakening" is also altered. In the
Especially
next section,
also,
the
I
chains
mean,
in the road
not
break
watching
easily
it, really
beneath
just
is
listening
altered.
to it. You
And
know.
the only other example is at the end, the words "false beast." In the exorcism section, the text telling us that the accident was due to a failure of the chains to hold what lies beneath is altered. And in the video game timeline section, only the text about the twins, Sindel and Mandy Shields, being found dead with broken chain links around them is altered. In the testing log with Cindy the doll, the text, how long until the chains fail to hold, is different. And I'll note that Cindy seems to be a combination of the twins, Sindel and Mandy. In the recovered items section, we have the text, a single chain, rusted and near useless. The word, spirals. The text, it was meant to be read. And finally the word, living. What does all this alternate text tell us then? Obviously, there are chains holding something back, and the chains quickly fail as we continue through the document, apparently releasing the monster at the very end, when all of the candles are extinguished. Presumably then, SCP-5000 is that monster, and we released it by reading this document, right? But think about that idea more carefully. Why would the Foundation have this file on their server that could release a dangerous monster just by reading it, with only some half-hearted warnings to stop people? This file does serve a purpose, but it isn't to contain a monster. It's actually used to kill someone. Credit where credit is due, as the user Captain Kirby on the SCP Wiki managed to solve all of this very handily. You might be surprised to learn that all of this building, all of these stories,
That does make a lot of sense right there.
actually are effectively meaningless. There are plenty of different references and connections here, and some of the fun is just trying to tie as many of them together as you can. But the whole point of the article is to keep you guessing and keep you interested. Look at it this way. Whenever an SCP article or page features a dire warning about requiring level 5 access or to stop reading, you promptly ignore it and keep going. In fact, the warnings only really serve to spur you on, suggesting that there's something really dark and impressive concealed behind them.
Yeah, that is true.
The altered text, it was meant to be read, refers to this document entirely, as we were meant to read through it. The question is, why? As we continued reading, we broke chain after chain that was keeping something restrained, until it was released at the very end in the form of a monster. The document was containing the monster, but its release was not an accident. We were meant to release it by reading, but as I implied earlier, the monster is not SCP-5000, as the altered text refers at one point to a false beast. The monster is the false beast, and the actual beast is us. In other words, us, as readers, were meant to read through this document, and we're meant to release this false beast at the end, upon which the document finishes. The reason for all of this is hinted at in two places. One in the altered word, spiral, and the other a little sneakier, in the revision history of the article itself, where the author mentions a protocol that is tentatively initiated. On the page showcasing the various SCP-001 proposals, there is a memetic kill agent designed to kill those without proper authority. The memetic kill agent is an image consisting of various spirals. So we know there's a memetic kill agent involved here, and it's connected to a 001 proposal. The procedure mentioned in the comment is blacked out, but the boxes correlate to a procedure mentioned in S. Andrew Swan's proposal, the database.
So where is this guy?
I mentioned this one in my 001 video long ago, but as a refresher, it details the discovery by the Foundation that their reality is in constant flux due to a bunch of horror writers.
Okay, well that's a
In
little
other
weird.
words, they discovered that their reality is underneath ours and subject to our whim. They developed a protocol to put a stop to this, however, in which the Foundation would fight back at us with memetic agents across the database designed to either calm us, make us unconscious, or kill us. It's been a while in the making,
Yep,
but
nobody
we finally
here.
stumbled upon one of these kill agents. Now, of course, speaking for myself at least, it didn't really work. But this was their attempt. Rather than just plastering some kill agent on the front of the site, they apparently realized they needed something more unique and stronger. This kill agent is ultimately the monster at the end of the document, the false beast. They kept it chained up,
Alright, let
metaphysically
me
speaking,
go
and designed the
ahead
document so
and
that we,
restart it.
as readers, would slowly release it, so that it could kill us, unwittingly. The document, therefore, consists of a great number of tropes, cliches, and random horror concepts, both throughout the SCP Wiki as well as other sources, designed to keep us guessing, and thus keep us reading, until the very end, hoping for an answer. The only answer we get, though, is our death, or lack thereof. This idea is corroborated throughout the document at the ends of each section, telling us which Foundation personnel provided each section, since the Foundation itself made all of this up. So that's it. That's the explanation. As I said, this may either disappoint you or delight you, depending on how you feel about meta-narratives. All in all, though, it was a great read.
You know what? Not really my thing. I'm gonna actually go with the Reluctant Dimension Hopper.
Hi.
I
Got a
really,
small favor to
really
ask of you.
love that
Please
story.
add your name.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good old
My name is
Volgan.
Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today is SCP-507.
And definitely, if you have
Object
not
class,
checked out the Volgan,
safe.
definitely check him out. Very good
Special
page.
containment
I'll link him
procedures.
at the end of this, but
SCP-507 is allowed free roam
my
of the
favorite
facility,
kind of dramatic
obviously
reader
barring
of
anything
this.
that would breach security or safety protocols. Anytime SCP-507 leaves its private quarters, it must be accompanied by an agent, mostly at this point, to make sure that it does not shift without the facility's knowledge. SCP-507 should not be physically touched if there have been more than 2 weeks since its last shift. The risks inherent in disobeying this protocol make the action its own punishment, should the issue of disciplinary measures ever come up. When SCP-507 undergoes a shift, faculty will be informed to keep an eye out for its eventual reappearance. It also has a tracking device implanted into it, and a daily signal check should verify whether or not SCP-507 has returned from its trip. If it reappears in or nearby the facility, SCP-507 will return to its quarters
There
on
we
its
go.
own. Otherwise, a retrieval team of 3 plainclothes agents may be sent to provide transportation back. Upon successful return,
Nice.
SCP-507 can be the subject of various physical tests up until 2 weeks after each shift.
Can you imagine
It is worth
willingly
noting
going
that
through that?
SCP-507 is allowed a computer with an internet connection by a proxy which strictly limits what information can be uploaded and to where in its room, and may petition to use or mate with or act as a test subject for safe or Euclid SCPs that do not affect mental functions negatively or carry an infectious trait. This is a result of SCP-507's persistently clean record, and the implication that if SCP-507 was ever going to be a security leak, it would have used its faux teleportation powers to do so already. It is also worth considering that
There we
SCP-507
go.
is actually below average in most physical traits, and that, even in the worst case scenarios, any SCP agent should be more than capable of carrying out a termination.
Alright, let's go.
Description: SCP-507 is a Caucasian male with blonde hair and green eyes, sporting no other outstanding characteristics besides being somewhat overweight
Alright.
and speaking
Well,
in a vague accent of disputable
Let's
origin.
go down to the
Although
planet.
SCP-507
Check it out.
has an already established name due to its unremarkable upbringing, it seems to find entertainment in forcing those it meets to give it a nickname in lieu of divulging this information. Thus,
What is this?
SCP-507
One of my
now
old
responds
bases.
to the names Tommy, Steve, Bruto, Guy,
Steve
Houdini,
Space. The
and
base.
Grabnock the Destroyer. SCP-507 was originally recovered from the asylum when standard surveillance equipment following repeated successful escape attempts brought its abilities to light. All records of this incident were confiscated, and SCP-507
What the
was
hell?
taken into custody under the pretense of moving it to a more secure facility. The original theory was that SCP-507 possessed some form of teleportation ability, as it would suddenly disappear and eventually reappear in a different location. Subsequent interviews with the subject did verify that its ability could be used in such a manner, but that it was merely a side effect for its main affliction. SCP-507 holds that during its periods of disappearance, it is actually displaced into a random alternate reality. The landscape generally stays the same, but the inhabitants and climate of the parallel world often do not. SCP-507 also insists that it has no control over the time and duration of these shifts. This has been more or less confirmed, by the subject being known to displace at inconvenient times, such as mid-sentence, while sleeping, or even while using on-site public facilities. If SCP-507 moves about in the alternate world,
Can you imagine
the
that
eventual
going
shift
to the
back will
bathroom,
then
right?
place it at the
And then all of a
corresponding
sudden
area in
randomly
our
teleporting
reality.
somewhere else?
A sample list of SCP-507's descriptions of alternate realities can be found in Document 507-0. Mentally, SCP-507 shows no large deviations from the psychological profile for a normal person. It is confessed to have always had a great interest in the paranormal.
Running to Hogwarts, running to Hogwarts.
Well, now that that's playing, yeah, I could go into that a little deeper. I mean, yeah, can you imagine that being reluctantly just sent off into a crazy ass alternate dimension with no control of where and when? That is so crazy. But I definitely love the way that he reads this too, you know, because he reads it extremely seriously. You know what I'm saying?
It's time to rediscover.
And I'm letting those play just so
Not the
he
mystical,
can, you
the
know, get
metaphysical,
his
or
cheese.
the
You know what I'm saying?
supernatural. We're talking about the source of your abilities, your motivation, your vitality. The thing that makes you
Your vitality.
We're offered a dream of convenience. But what of self-fulfillment, happiness, peace of mind?
All right.
No
Well,
more speculating.
that's
No more of this.
the
or
last
this,
of the base
but
being
this.
all dug out. So now,
It's time to find out for yourself. To look. To know. It's time to rediscover the human soul.
this sounds like some sort of Scientology shit.
Normal
Anyways.
and mythological, which has directly led to its eventual permission to interact with relatively harmless SCPs. SCP-507 especially enjoys meeting with other sentient SCPs, once going so far as to request a small vacation to visit SCP-82. The request was eventually granted after persistent pleading from SCP-507, and the meeting was thankfully uneventful. Document 507-0. A sample list of SCP-507's supposed extradimensional travels, along with any demands made by it after returning. Subject arrived in complete darkness, leading it to assume that the current
I
location
love
was
this one right
indoors
here.
or subterranean. After fumbling about for a possible way out, subject heard a sound akin to muted breathing nearby. Subject then decided to curl up in the nearest corner and wait it out, instead of risking a blind confrontation with an unknown creature. Request: a standard flashlight, which it now always carries on its person.
Hell yeah, that's what I would have
Subject appeared in a
requested for
replica
sure.
of the facility, although apparently fallen into disuse. Further exploration led to the discovery of various corpses strewn about the area, all heavily decayed and covered in an odd type of mold. Upon noting that the corpses seemed to rhythmically expand and contract as if still breathing, subject attempted to leave the facility. This idea was quickly discarded when it opened an exit and found that the outside world was apparently coated with the same odd growth. Request: heavy doses of voriconazole, and a fungal expert to help ascertain the nature of the mold. No exact match of the described mold was found, but it was noted to share many attributes with certain types of cordyceps fungi. See Addendum 507-2. Upon reappearing, subject was reported to mutter, "So many spiders." Subject refused to elaborate.
So many spiders.
Request: a handheld firearm of any type. Request was granted under the stipulation that said firearm is specifically built to only use rubber bullets. Subject once again appeared in a pitch-black location with breathing nearby.
Okay.
Upon turning on its flashlight,
Let me
subject
see.
was surprised by a man wearing a black business suit and sunglasses with an impossibly wide smile. Said smiling man was apparently leading toward SCP-507 when it turned on the light. The end result being that their faces were almost touching. Smiling man then remarked, "Back so soon?" before subject switched the light off again, discharged all rounds in its firearm at the general vicinity of the man, and once more curled up into the nearest corner until shifted back into our reality.
Damn, that would be scary as
Quest.
hell.
None.
Energy recharge.
Those with level 2 security clearance may read a full list by accessing document 507-3B. Forward. Below is an archive of all documented shifts undergone by SCP-507. Each of these entries are presented with their contents in the following order. Dimensional label.
Alright,
Created upon discovery
fit
of a
all
new
of that in
reality
there.
for ease of later reference. Retrieval. Used for the documentation of any complications or anomalies
Right,
in
and
the
then we'll
recovery
break
of
this down,
SCP-507
we'll break this
post-ship.
down.
Description of reality, and description of any after effects caused by visiting said
And,
reality.
okay, we'll put these
And
down
finally,
here,
request.
and
Listings of any special requests made by 507 upon return, or for noting any souvenirs retrieved from the ship.
alright, that looks good, I think.
1B7, 55E, 728. Retrieval uneventful. Subject arrived in a desert environment and wandered around for roughly an hour before encountering another human. Said human was wearing a tanned leather overcoat and was described as completely unshaven. Said man was extremely surprised to find the subject and demanded that he be followed in order to lead it back to food and shelter. Subject originally began to follow the man, but intentionally lost contact with him upon noticing that his leather coat contained no seams or stitching. Request: none. 9E2-66V 78G fine. Retrieval uneventful. Subject arrived in a forest habitat with no signs of previous or current industrialization. No further anomalies were perceptible until the subject grew hungry, at which point it discovered that harvesting or eating plant life would cause them to emit telepathic screams. Subject
damn,
abstained from eating for
telepathic
the first day because of this,
screams. That
but became
is
hungry enough on the
insane.
second day onward to consume the flora in spite of the screams. Testing has shown no biological changes in the subject from this, but subject repeatedly affirms that it felt horrible for doing so. Request: none specifically, but subject adopted a gelatin and pudding-based diet for 2.5 weeks after returning from this ship. J75
I like the way that he
R63
delivers this, you know?
3TF. Retrieval uneventful. Subject arrived in
Okay.
a dimension with flipped genders. No notable differences beside this were discovered,
So,
although subject found issue with the fact that its female counterpart looks pretty much the same as the standard version. Request: none.
Okay. So, as of right now, I pretty much got everything all working and whatnot, right? I got inside of this nutrient processor pretty much everything I really need to make any type of food I want, honestly. There's not going to be much of a problem with any of this stuff following, so I don't have to worry about that. I do have some additional supplies up here as well. We got the freighter, even though the freighter is jam-packed full. I am going to go ahead and use... Oh wait, before I leave I should do this. this up.
Coordinates received.
Okay, so I'm gonna teleport over to this one right here. This, I believe, should be the correct base. It's, if I, calculated this right, remembered the damn name. This is our new pyramid base. I am probably going to save it here, and then we'll go ahead and start up.
Storm clearing.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and, start up the rest of the building on this in the next one, because I think we got, everything set up good for, the basic kind of structure of it all. And then from there, we're going to go ahead and just build up. So, thanks again for tuning in. I appreciate it. As always, Pac-Man signing out. And, of course, it will always help if you leave a like on that video, subscribe, bell notification, all that BS. Thank you very much. See you later, and good night.